right, enough of that. What's going on, everybody? Welcome. How's it going? I'm going to do a little bit of DCS today. This brings me back to when I was a kid playing flight sims back when I was like 13. I got about an hour in this aircraft yesterday. I finally figured out how to even start the thing up, and I was able to take off. So, what's going on, Chuck? Maddie, how are you? At Ren M there is a guy from work. Welcome. You working today, Matt? And then, who else we got in here? Anybody else care to say hello? Feel free. Let's jump over to the game screen. That's not the game screen. Go to this one. Sure, bring the cam in. Yeah. Peekaboo. Yeah. Come on. Cam low. There we are. There we are. Let me know how the audio is. What's up, SB? How are you? Welcome. Let me know how the audio is, guys, because I have been having some audio issues for some reason. If it's too loud, if it's too low, let me know. If I'm trailing off or if it seems clipped, also let me know. So I am just trying to iron it out. I'm really not sure. This mic cost me a lot of money, and I'm not sure why it's acting up. But I kind of changed the where the mic is in the room here, so hopefully that has something to do with it. And we'll fix it from here. So, again, I just got these controls yesterday. I have no idea what I'm doing with this game at all. And I'm going to learn it. And I don't play on the game mode. I play on the simulation mode, which is basically, you'll see, is essentially like jumping into a cockpit of a plane and trying to figure out how to fly it. That's what I'm working on. No problem. Thank you for hanging out. Rin. Darian, what's up, brother? How are you? Welcome. Gotta move this maybe over here. That way you guys can hear me when I'm talking to the chat instead of talking over the top of it. So, loud and clear. Very good. Very good. Yeah, it's been a little while since I've streamed. I've been trying to get some. I've been trying to get my head back in the game here, trying to get content coming, and the creative juices haven't been flowing. But I think this game may have changed that a little bit. So, all right, without further ado here, we've waited long enough. Let's get over to the viewer analytics so I can see that. And see, what are you doing, SB? You're putting stuff in there and then you're taking it away. You're all over the place. So I hope the other thing I hope is that this game's graphics, the stream that you got, I hope you guys can see even half of how this game looks on my computer, because it is absolutely sick how crazy this game is. It's like a movie. So we're gonna jump into. We want to do training, and I'm gonna just start up a cold start, and we're gonna go through these basic tutorials. You know what? I'll do the intro to basic controls. That's the one I did yesterday after I got the joysticks and the HOTAS. It's called hands-on throttle and stick, HOTAS, which for all you newbie, I didn't know what that meant. And I have done simulators for a while, so. I've been all right, SB. Thanks for asking. Thank you. I'm off of work for a little while, probably a couple of weeks, anyways. We're going to, because I have already done this tutorial. I'm probably just going to let it go ahead, and I'm probably just going to jump right through it. But maybe we'll run through it again, and it's going to tell us what to do and how to fly, and how to use the controls. So, like I said. With the keyboard, this game is it's very tough to control, but I got the joysticks and the throttle, which is sitting on my desk here, and completely different game, and it's relatively easy to fly anyway, but still a very complex game. Mind you, I have not fired a shot in this game in anger at anybody or anything. I don't even know how to bring up the weapon systems. So that being said, we will fire off and see how it works out. Let's do.
Hello and welcome to this training course on the FA-18C Hornet. These interactive training lessons are a supplement to the manual and will provide a hands-on means of learning this aircraft. Whilst learning the Hornet may seem a daunting task at first, these lessons are broken down into small chunks to allow you to better absorb the material.
Let me know if the game
Before
audio
we start
is
the first
too
lesson,
high as well.
though, I wanted to take a few moments
me.
to review some of the basic instruments and basic laws of flying an aircraft like the Hornet. I currently have the aircraft paused. Press spacebar to continue.
Alright. So they, I did hit the spacebar. There we go.
For basic flight maneuvers, your most important instrument will be the heads-up display,
That's this
or
here.
HUD. The HUD consists of two glass panels that are used to display projected information. The HUD is located between the top of the instrument panel and the canopy bow. Let's talk about its most important information. Horizontally along the top of the HUD is the heading tape with the heading marker in the center. The marker in relation to the tape indicates your current heading. The boxed number on the left side of the HUD is your calibrated airspeed, and the box on the right side is your barometric or radar altitude. Above the altitude box is your vertical velocity.
Alright, how's that? Any better?
In the center of the HUD is the pitch ladder that indicates your positive or negative pitch angle to the horizon line. In the center of the pitch ladder is the velocity vector that, when uncaged, shows the flight vector of your aircraft when it's not flashing.
That's this thing right here.
In other words, you will fly to the point your velocity vector is on, unless it is flashing.
That was very... Once I got this, it made it a lot easier to do.
A block of 4 values. The top is your angle of attack. Below that is your airspeed as Mach. Next is current G. And at the bottom is the peak G. Along the
this game is capable of VR, right, Ray Stocks, which is another insane thing about it.
To continue.
Alright, so we just went over the hood. We just went over the HUD here, and it's kind of going through it. This is the tutorial number 1 for the Hornet. Alright, come on. There we go.
There are 3 primary controls that you will use to fly the Hornet. These are the control stick,
time for hearing aids, nice,
and rudder pedals.
10 people in the chat. Welcome everybody. Good morning. If you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. There will be a lot of DCS content on this channel.
The aircraft. If thrust is constant,
I feel like I'm screaming because I hear the engine noise in my both ears. So
to roll the aircraft,
let me know if I'm yelling at you guys.
Right.
Not my intention.
By rolling the aircraft and then pulling back on the stick, you turn the aircraft. To control thrust, you use the left and right engine throttles.
So all these throttles that they're talking about up here, they're all on my HOTAS,
While these provide great thrust, they also consume fuel quickly.
So.
To move the nose of your aircraft laterally side to side, use left and right rudder pedals.
Like I said, this is the only tutorial that I actually did
when you taxi
yesterday,
nose wheel steering.
And I flew it successfully.
Press spacebar to continue.
After I got the joysticks with the keyboard, it was a bit of a pain in the butt.
Ahead of you is a series of gates that you will fly through to practice.
So we got to fly through these
Hornet.
green
a few things
gates
to keep in mind. First,
and it takes
try
us in
to
a
keep
huge
your
circle.
airspeed between 250 and 400
The
knots.
time here right now is 11:47
a.m. Be careful to not over-control the aircraft with large, rapid control movements. Use smooth control inputs. Third, fly the aircraft to place the velocity vector on the HUD in the center of the next gate. Fourth, the faster you are, the wider your turns will be. Avoid getting too fast so you can make the turn to the next gate.
Yeah, catching up with
Press
Roscoe's age and broken
when you
parts.
are ready to start.
All right, so we're off.
While we strongly recommend a joystick, you can also fly the Hornet with a keyboard using pitch, up and down arrows, roll, left and right arrows.
You can look around
thrust,
all over the place,
page up and
but
page
our whole
down,
thing is to get through
yaw, X and
these
Y.
things right here. So I just missed the first one. Not good. That's because I have barely any engine power right now, so that little crosshair right there, once you get used to that, right in the center there, that little plane looking thing, that's where you are, if you can line that thing up to where you're going, you're in really good shape. And I'm at 500 knots right now, so it's not part of the missing those. I'm gonna back the engines off here a little bit. So, not going nearly as good as I did yesterday right now. Where's our next one? Give up on that one. Actually, you know what? We're gonna turn around. We're gonna do all those again. 6 p.m. Very nice. Pilot Nate, what's up, Cass? How's it going, man? Yeah, we're doing like 400 knots. They wanted us to slow down, and my engine's at half throttle here, so we're gonna go back here and see if we can do those again, because that was terrible. Terrible. How is the stream looking, guys? I just want to make sure that, I mean, the game is absolutely insane graphics-wise. When I was flying in the valleys yesterday, it's insane how you can almost see the leaves on the trees. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come down here, and we're going to turn around, and we're going to hit that other one again. So, guys, Nightbot just threw up my second channel right there. If I did put out another Dawn of Man video on that second channel this morning, that makes it a total of 3. You can head over there and check that out as well. Thank you, Chuck. So I'm going to turn around here in a second, and we're going to hit this one on the right. That one right over there, we're going to hit that one again. I think that was the first one. In a second, we'll go get that one. My engine speed's right down here. My engine, so I'm at 70% of engine power right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn. Should be right over here. Now, mind you, as complicated as the controls are, you still have to be able to fly and fight and do a whole bunch of other crap here. So, wait a minute, that's the first one. Damn it. Alright, so we got the first one. Now we'll hit the second one, and we should be back on our path here. Much better. And if we can get that vector right in there, no matter where we're at, a lot easier to steer the plane around. Here we go. Now we're set up. Roscoe, what's going on, man? Sully. Yeah, well, there is some water over there I could land in if I need to. What's going on, Roscoe? I'm in the Discord if you feel like popping in. I don't know what you're up to, but... Very good, Rin. So yeah, there's about 37 buttons on my joystick, and there's about 100 different keys for the keyboard to have keybinds for different various things that you do. So definitely a very complicated game, and like I said, I haven't even fired a shot. I don't even know how to bring up the weapons and stuff yet. I haven't done those tutorials just yet. So this one's just flying around, and
at any point of a lesson, you can press the pause key. This can be useful if you need more time to read the text or step away.
I wonder if you could do that in missions. Oh, hang on a second. This guy's just shot a rocket at me. Let me hit the pause key. That'd be nice. See that this is going to be another intense game to stream and be talking to the chat as well. You ever watch the Grim Reapers? I do watch Grim Reapers. Cannabis, great, great guys.
The cockpit,
I actually watched a bunch of their stuff, and
view
there's
down,
a couple of tutorials
2,
out there that I was watching.
View left, keypad 4, view right, keypad 6, zoom in, keypad asterisk.
They're
zoom
probably
out,
a lot more entertaining
/
than me right now, I'll tell you that. But just like I said, this stuff brings me back to like when I first started gaming. It was Flight Simulator whatever it was, Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it's kind of right up my alley.
There are several view options to view the world outside your cockpit. External of your aircraft and other aircraft, F2. Flyby of your aircraft,
Still
F3.
a little
Return
hot
to
on
the
the
cockpit, F1.
a little hot on the airspeed here, so I'm trying to back it off a little bit. So after this mission yesterday, I actually flew, because it brings you back over the airfield after this training mission, and I actually turned around. I went past the airfield, and I turned around, lined up with the runway, and I actually put the wheels on the runway. The only problem was I couldn't stop,
You can
and I
also
didn't know what
move
the
your
brakes
view
were.
to other entities in this lesson. Other aircraft, F2. Ground units, F7.
And I ended up running off the end of the runway and
F9,
dying. But the fact that I was able to actually land this plane is actually
F10.
shocking as hell to me. Oh, very nice, Cannabis. Welcome. Tutorial video. Oh, nice, Cannabis. Very good. Thanks to Ray. We're 355 knots, and we're just doing this loop here, and then we'll move on to the startup procedures. It's kind of funny that they put you in the air before you actually learn how to start up the plane. The plane startup, this one is supposedly easier than most, they all have a quick start thing that you can just push 2 buttons and it'll fire it up for you for anybody who doesn't want to do like the whole pilot thing. But I don't know. I kind of find it fun that they have, you know, like a complete Hornet startup guide. So, thank you, Chuck. Thank you for that. So, yeah, like I said before, the whole point of this thing is to get that vector right in the center there. That's what I'm lining up with. That way you're not all over the place. And it's pretty easy once you learn that part of it to steer it around. But like I said, nobody's shot at me yet. I can sit here, have a nice cup of coffee, flying a Hornet around in the sky at, 1,200 feet or 6,000 feet. So, like I said, I just wanted to get the controls down. I want to be able to know how to fly the plane, land the plane, take it off, start it up before I even dive into any of the combat, shooting anything. Guys who play this game take it very, very seriously. Well, a lot of it, they take it very, very seriously. There's actual squadrons that are out there, like the Grim Reapers that Cannabis was talking about. Those guys play actual multiplayer, multi-ship missions where everybody's got their own job responsibilities. It's basically squad in the air, I guess, is a good, or arma in the air is a good way to put it. But this whole time, you're looking around here, and you can look around the cockpit. You could, all of these buttons do things. They all have different of their own functions, so there's a ton of different things that you have to watch out. Oh, wrong way.
Altitude. Altitude.
Calm down. A little oversteer there. But as long as we bring that vector right into the area, we're all right. Chuck, how you been, man? Hey, Cinch, what's up, bro? How you been? Oh, I got it all right. I'm gonna pop out of the. Supposed to be popping out of the cockpit for a second here. Still a little hot on the airspeed. It said 250 to 400, so I'll back it down a little bit. I think that's because we're descending right now because the airfield is right over there. Nice, Darian. I'm glad. The Scum videos will be back. Just not a lot of content coming out right now. They are hyping up Point 4 pretty heavily, so I expect that'll be out pretty soon. And when it does drop, we will be back over with Scum for sure. So this is the airfield. There's a couple more of these cages left, and then back this down a little bit. A couple more of these cages left, and then there's the and it basically just lets you go into a free flight. So that's kind of cool about it as well, where it doesn't just end the lesson. You can end the lesson, but you don't have to. Maybe I'll show you guys some of the graphics of this game if you haven't seen this game yet. It's absolutely insane. Might have to be going to shore for school end of the month. Oh yeah, they have simulators. It's a little bit, I won't say it's like this, Rin, but it's similar. It's not nearly as serious, though. What's up, HawksGirl? How are you? Still waiting for boats? Yes, we are still waiting for boats. And, yep, we've been talking about boats and bicycles and Scum for quite some time, and it doesn't look like they're going to be in Point 4 either. All right.
This concludes this lesson.
That was it.
You can keep flying or press escape to end this lesson.
Let's I'll show you guys. Hopefully I'm hoping that the stream can keep up with this. I just kind of want to do this to test the stream, so that actually was just a jump in the game. What's up, Sweeney? So I'm gonna kick up the afterburners here, and we'll do some low-level stuff, and I'll probably crash, but that's all right. No, I cannot play this game without tilting my head, by the way. Here's the airport. That's the one I landed on yesterday. So we're Mach 0.98, flying at about 700 feet off the ground. So that's that would annoy the hell out of the residents, but all right. Landscape looks like home. Nice. I believe it is Georgia. The Georgia being Russia is the map that I have up. See if we can get one of these valleys. How's the stream keeping up, guys? Because that's one of the things that I was worried about, was the ability of the stream to be able to keep up at low levels. Follow this road down in this valley, river. I think this is what I was doing yesterday. Definitely not home. All right, good. I'm glad. So, mind you, that I only have about an hour on this plane, and you can pick this game up and actually learn it if you want to. It's very overwhelming initially, and if you certainly, there is certainly a lot to learn, but you can have fun with it right away. Milo, what's up, brother? How are you? Welcome. Thanks, Rays. Let's see if I can make my way back to this airport now.
Altitude. Altitude.
Back out back down so we're not burning through all of our fuel. That's what I did yesterday, is I burned through all my fuel, and then I had to eject, which is the thumbnail you guys saw. That was after I ejected when I ran out of fuel. Yeah, Milo, it's absolutely insane, bro. It's insane. Wait until you hear the startup on the next. That's the other stuff on the map right now. So once you hear the startup of the engines, it's, I don't know. I mean, I've heard these things start up before, and it's very, very, very close to the startup sounds. Am I missing anybody in chat? Welcome everybody. We've got 13 likes already. I hope everybody's doing well. Plus this town, I'm sure they'd appreciate that. I mean, you live next to an Air Force base. You gotta kind of expect this, I would think. I'm only at, what am I? $500 feet. And, backing off the throttle a little bit here. Yeah, 80% throttle, so. Alright. Let's do, yeah, they have these flyby, oh boy. I should have stayed in the cockpit, damn it. Alright, that mission was over anyway. So these are the planes on the ground. There's another one that's AI in the air. And obviously if you play on multiplayer servers, you're, just absolutely insane. You know what? I got that damn Wolfpack branding logo right over my head there. I guess I'm gonna move it. Raised docks, that's very possible, bro. I'm gearing up for it. All right, let's go ahead, and then after you leave the game, or after you leave that mission, you get a briefing. You can actually go back and watch the entire mission that you did, including everything else you did extra. So very interesting, very cool game. Pilot dead. Damn. And land in Atlanta. Nice. I think I could land at LaGuardia. All right, so let's do a cold start. This is I actually did this last night, and I was able to fire this thing up after doing this twice. I was able to fire the Hornet up without direction, so we'll give it a shot. You're basically sitting here on the runway. You literally have a dead plane.
Welcome to this
cold.
training lesson on starting up the Hornet. In some missions, you will find yourself in a cold and dark Hornet that you will need to bring to life. While this can be a rather long process as described in the manual, you can also enable the auto start function. However, for this lesson, we'll review the full startup procedure. Press spacebar when you are ready to get started.
I'm going to try to do it without his assistance. See if I can do it. Last night I did it. I just needed to recall him one time because I couldn't get a caution to go away. Sweeney, I agree. And the nice thing about this game is that there are actual World War II planes, and you can play on a Normandy map with a World War II missions pack and everything too. So they have the B-17. They got the one game, or the one plane that they don't have that I wish they did was a Stuka dive bomber. I have not seen that, but they do have the Focke-Wulf 190, and they have Mustangs, and they have Thunderbirds, whatever that one is. All right, let's see if we can fire this thing up. All right, so we need to get out of this. We have to turn the batteries on. That's the override. Batteries are on. I'll start to listen to the, just pay attention to the sounds, and I'm gonna turn the sounds up a little bit so you guys can hear. It's unreal, the sounds of this thing. All right. So battery's on. We're gonna go ahead and test the fire switch, the engine fire.
Engine fire left. Engine fire left. Engine fire right. Engine fire right.
I'd imagine you don't want to hear that.
APU fire. APU fire.
What's up, Jay
Bleed
Bucks?
air left. Bleed air left. Bleed air right. Bleed air right.
All right. We've tested that. Put it back to normal. Master caution is on, so we'll reset that. As soon as we let that tape rewind. Do they have B-52s? I'm not sure on the B-52s, Chuck. I know they have the AWACS planes for like the Hawkeye and a couple of the other larger planes, but I don't know if you can actually fly them or if they're just AI. I'm not sure on that. Uh-oh. Hang on, Roscoe's texting me. Oh, gotcha. Got some tests to schedule. Alright, so let's test the SB.
Engine fire left. Engine fire left. Engine right fire. Engine right fire. APU fire. APU fire. Bleed air left. Bleed air left. Bleed air right. Bleed air right.
Alright. We did that. Back to normal. Now we'll turn on the APU, and here's where the sound of this thing. Listen, I've been around APUs for 7-8 years out on the ramp at the airport, so. So the APU is an internal engine it's basically another jet engine or third turbine engine in the plane that allows you to start the electricity in the plane. It runs the electricity when the plane's sitting there, and it also allows you to start you use that engine to start the real engine. So I'm sure you can, Jay, but there's a macro setup. You can do a quick startup right away. You don't have to do this. So we got a green light. We're going to crank the right engine first. See right here, the engine's going up. As soon as that gets to 20%, I can now add fuel by using the throttle, and then the engine will ignite. Listen to this. Engine power.
Roll left, roll left. Flight controls. Flight controls.
Engines up. So now we can start turning on our HUD. Starting up the Hornet here. I'm trying to do it dry with no coaching. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Hugs up. Let's go ahead and turn that brightness up a little bit more. Set this up for our FCS. these are all of the fails in the from what I was learning yesterday. Let me go ahead and reset them. Now they're gone. People in the chat. Hope everybody's doing well. Got 13 likes already. Been playing this for a little while, hanging around. I'm seeing if I can get this thing off the ground without any assistance. We'll close the canopy. It'll get quieter here in a minute. I think we are ready to crank the left engine. Let's go, Amelia Earhart. Calm down, Roscoe. Alright, we're at 20%. Go ahead and ease up that throttle on the left. We just closed the canopy, that's why it got quieter. Probably should turn on the oxygen if that's the case. We have engines at 60, they're both up, and get where they want you to set this up. This one, you want bits, I think. Oh yeah, radars. Radar into operating, and we need that radar into ground. We need to bleed our air out of the engines. And shut down. Something shut down. It's not about to shut down. Oh, the APU shut down because we don't need it anymore. That's why. Alright, how's the stream looking? That was the 1600M easy setup. Definitely going to get this downloaded for the weekend so I can learn this stuff. Yeah, absolutely, Milo. That was it helped out a lot. It definitely helped out a lot. Alright, got the map there. I think we're going to go to the HUD. I think that's what they wanted. HSI. Port. HUD. That's what it was. And then over here is the FCS. I think that's what they wanted. Alright, take the parking brake off. I think we're ready to rock. I'll do all this for half an hour and then park it into the ground from 20,000 feet. Yeah, that's pretty much me. Well, you'll see. Alright, let's see if we can get this thing moving without see down here, the engine throttle's going up about 75%. I don't know why my left engine's not going up. There it is. And we're going to go over there to the end of the runway and see if we can leave. Got to steer with the rudder. What's your vector, Victor? Tight here at the end of the W is the wheel brake, by the way. That's the one I was missing the other day. And like I said, you don't have to go through this entire startup, but I just think it's kind of cool. We will arm the ejection seat that we will no doubt need, and training mode. I have done this startup. This was one of my big goals, was to be able to get this thing moving without any assistance. So, all right, let's get on the runway here. There's a whole communications aspect of this as well that you can do. I believe you can talk to the tower and all that stuff, but haven't gone over that yet. Get ourselves lined up here. Guy. Should have lined up better than that. This is one of the coolest parts of the game so far that I've found. It's just that whole takeoff feeling. Oh, it's because I'm pushing the wrong damn E for the rudder. You see the rudder moving down there? Alright, we're going to have to go ahead and stop right here. With the brake on, we got to run it up to 80. Kind of sitting here chilling. Alright. Go brake off. Pull afterburner. And we just got to use the rudder to stay midline on the runway. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. This is not good. Yeah, I was almost there. Where did I blow up? Oh, I blew up over there. Is this where the fire department simulator comes in? Crash fire rescue? Oh, that's funny. So what did I do wrong there besides not take off? Try it again. Oh, there was no abort. All right, let's do the quick startup now. Whoop, the hell just
Welcome
happened?
to this training lesson on starting up the Hornet. In some missions, you will find yourself in a cold and dark Hornet that you will need to bring to life. While this can be a rather long process as described in the manual, you can also enable the auto start function. However, the first thing we need to do is enable the two batteries. This will allow operation of the canopy and power the engine igniters. You'll also notice that the integrated fuel and engine indicator, or IFE, in the lower left portion of the instrument panel will have power. Move the battery switch to the up or on position with a right mouse button click.
If if you remain on the runway, yeah, I think so, Roscoe. I think so. Yeah, the rudder will be much easier to control. I have to do it on the keypad with the Z and X, so that's a little bit of a pain. I should have lined up better. I mean, I should have taken the time to line up better. I just didn't. All right, let's do it. And get this thing fired up.
The Hornet has two fire detection circuits, A and B, that test for fire in the engines, auxiliary power
Engine
unit,
fire
and bleed
left.
air system.
Engine Engine fire
Before we
left.
go into detail on that though,
Engine fire
check that
right.
the hydraulic brake
Engine
pressure
fire
gauge for the
right.
real brakes shows at least 3,000
APU
psi.
fire.
Confirm this by
APU
looking
fire.
at the gauge, which is
Bleed air
located to the
left.
left and up
Bleed
from the
air left.
highlighted fire test switch.
Bleed air right. Bleed
Okay,
air right.
now put the spring-loaded fire test switch in the up test A position and keep holding it up to test the A circuits. To do this, place the mouse over the fire test switch and hold down the right mouse button. Keep holding the mouse button down and do not release it until it runs through all the fire test audio warnings. In addition to the audio warnings, also note the fire test warning lights on the upper left and right portions of the instrument panel. When it's done, press spacebar.
We did that already.
We will now do the same thing for the B circuit. After waiting 10 seconds, place the mouse over the fire test switch
Engine
and hold
fire
down the
left.
left mouse button to move
Engine
the switch
fire left.
in the down test
Show
B
Engine fire
position.
right. Engine
Keep
fire
holding
right.
it down and then release it
APU
once all the
fire.
fire warning audio
APU
messages have been
fire.
played.
Bleed air
Well
left.
done. Press
Bleed air
spacebar.
left. Bleed air
Good job.
right.
Note that in the
right.
top left portion of the IFE, you can see the RPM and temp of both the
I just want
left
to see
and
if I
right
missed
engines.
anything that didn't allow
These
me
will
to
be
take
important
off, 'cause I
for
think I
when
had
we
the
start the
airspeed to do
engines.
it.
We will now turn on the auxiliary power unit, or APU. This is a
figure out.
small, self-contained engine that augments the bleed air system and will start turning the engines for engine starts.
Yeah.
Place the
Yes.
APU control switch in the up or on position with the left mouse button click. Once the green light next to the APU switch comes on, move the engine crank switch to its right position, marked by the R, with the right mouse button click. This will allow the APU to power the air turbine starter, or ATS, which in turn allows the aircraft mounted accessory drive, or AMAN, to start turning the fan blades within the right engine. Once the right engine RPM has reached 20%, as indicated on the IFE, move the right throttle from off to idle by pressing right shift home. This in turn will introduce fuel into the engine combustion chamber and start the igniters. Once the right engine RPM has reached 60%, the right engine start cycle is complete and the right generator is automatically engaged. Once at 60%,
Right, Cass?
press spacebar.
Alright, so it's 60%. Engine's fired
Roll
up.
left. Roll left.
When we conducted the tests of
Right
the A and B
control.
fire test
Right
circuits,
control.
we also closed the bleed air shutoff valves. We need to reopen these by rotating the bleed air knob clockwise 360 degrees, from norm to norm. Do this by right mouse button clicking on the outer portion of the knob. When done, press spacebar. With the right engine running and generator power on, place the left and right digital display indicators, or DDIs, to the day position using right mouse button clicks on both brightness selector knobs.
Take two.
Next, rotate the HUD symbology brightness control knob clockwise by placing your mouse over it and rotating your mouse wheel forward. Once you see video displayed on the left and right DDIs and HUD, press
I'm
spacebar.
much better at that.
In the lower center of the instrument panel is the multi-purpose color display, or MPCD. Rotate the power and brightness control knob to the full bright setting by placing your mouse over the knob and rotating your mouse wheel forward. It will take a few moments to power on. Press spacebar once you see video displayed on the MPCD.
Alright.
On the left DDI,
This is what
press the
I was
menu
trying
push
to-
button to
yeah.
bring up the support page. The support page has several sub-pages like the checklist, engine, fuel, ADI, and HSI. For now, though, press the FCS push button to select the flight control system page. The FCS page shows the status of the control surfaces and any detected FCS errors. The X's indicate detected errors, but we will address those once the
Yeah,
left
right,
engine
Cass?
is started.
I don't know how that
You should not
respawn
see
works
any
with
2,
multiplayer. I haven't even done
R,
it yet.
or FADEC caution messages along the bottom of the left DDI. Note that by default, you will not have the built-in test or bit page on the right DDI. We'll come back to this. During this lesson and future lessons, you will often see and hear the master caution. This is the large yellow labeled button on the instrument panel that will light when any caution condition is triggered. There will also be an accompanying deedle sound to draw your attention.
Deedle.
Press this button or click on it to acknowledge the caution and extinguish the light. Press the master caution again to restack the caution and advisory notices along the bottom of the left DDI. Cautions will be along the top and advisories in smaller text along the bottom. If the left DDI is not on, then the caution and advisories will be displayed on another display. By default though, they will be on the left DDI. The Hornet comes equipped with an inertial navigation system, or INS. Use right mouse click.
I got this. I did that.
INS switch, located on the sensor panel to the ground position. This will start an INS ground alignment. Now it is time to crank the left engine. Go ahead and move the engine crank switch to its left position, labeled L, by left mouse clicking it. Once the left engine is at 20% RPM, as indicated on the IFE, move the left throttle from off to idle by pressing right Alt Home. This will add fuel to the engine and start the igniters. When the left engine is at 60% RPM, press spacebar to continue.
I think I did everything. The screen setup confuses me a little bit because it does change just before you leave. But I'm kind of curious at what, other than me just not lining up properly, what happened on that takeoff to see if I missed anything or what. But I took off okay last night. So, all right, spacebar. Both engines are up.
Page, we have quite a few X's indicating abnormal FCS readings. To clear these, press and hold the FCS reset button. Located in the back of the left console is the panel for the onboard oxygen generation system, or OBOGs. Go
I
ahead
remembered
and set
that.
the OBOG switch to its up-on position. To the left of the INS switch is the radar switch. Set this switch to the operate position using your right mouse button. Don't worry, the radar will be in silent mode. You won't microwave the ground crew.
That's good.
Our next step will be to run a bit on the flight control system, or FCS.
I didn't do that.
Before doing so, set the flaps to the up auto position.
That's what it
with
was.
the F key.
I didn't have my
Or
flaps
two
at half.
right mouse button clicks on the flap switch.
I missed the
We'll now
flaps.
run a bit of the flight control system. This moves the control surfaces.
That's a
to the
terrible
left
error.
To test for any software or mechanical errors. First, select the FCS bit page from the bit page on the right DDI. To run the FCS bit, we'll need to activate two controls at the same time. While holding up on the FCS bit switch on the right wall, press the FCS push button on the
All right,
right DDI.
I'm going to try to do this. This is
Upon doing so,
kinda cool.
you'll see the controls being cycled on both the FCS DDI page, and if you look outside the cockpit, you can watch the wing and tail control surfaces moving.
All right, so let's do this. Hang on, what's going on here? I'm gonna hold Y, and I'm gonna hit that.
Once the FCS bit is complete, marked by the beep tone, place the flap switch
Ah,
in
yeah.
the center
It's gonna-
or half position with the left mouse button click on the switch.
All right, so it cycles that. I was not able to
Takeoff
do
is
that
done
before
with
either.
flaps set to half. Once we are airborne, we'll move them to auto.
I had the flaps set to.
We will want our stabs trimmed for 12 degrees. To set this, press and hold down
Gotta
the
control
takeoff
your
trim
flaps.
button.
Gotta.
Upon doing so, you will also notice that the stab values on the FCS page will change to 12. The leading edge flaps, trailing edge flaps, and rudder should all have values of 30 degrees. You should also have no X's on the FCS page. Uncage the backup ADI by placing your mouse over the SAI cage knob and rotating the mouse wheel aft until the red flag is stowed. Close the canopy by holding the canopy control switch in the down, close position until the canopy is closed. Do this by pressing the key combination or placing the mouse over the switch and holding down the left mouse button. Once the canopy is closed, press spacebar to continue.
Canopy's closed.
At this point, the INS has been aligned as indicated on the MPCD HSI page. Move the INS switch from ground to nav.
I did not do that either.
Mouse button click on the switch. Prior to taxi, press the menu push button on the left DDI to go to the TAC or tactical page. On the TAC page, you have access to sub-pages like the store's management system, attack radar, HUD, and electronic warfare pages. On the left DDI TAC page, select the HUD push button to display a mirror of the HUD on the DDI.
I did do
This
that.
can be useful when head down or in case of HUD failure. Let's now set up the right DDI. Press the menu push button on the right DDI to bring up the tactical page.
Well, where'd the HUD go? There it is. Alright. Alright, so now
Press the menu push button again to bring up the support page.
now I want FCS, I believe.
Now on the
Yeah.
support page, press the FCS push button. We will want the HUD on the left DDI and the FCS page on the right DDI when we taxi and take off.
Very nice.
The parking brake system is operated with the yellow and black parking brake handle. The handle is currently in the park position, indicated by the fact that the park label is visible to the pilot. Release the parking brake now by rotating the handle 45 degrees counterclockwise from the extended position. This can be achieved by left mouse button clicking the handle or pressing the right Alt-P key. This will release the lock and allow the handle to return to the horizontal stowed position, where the emerge label is visible to the pilot. This concludes the current lesson on starting up the Hornet. As mentioned earlier though, there is also an option for automatically starting up the Hornet by pressing the left Windows Home key. You can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Left Windows Home will do all of that stuff with one button click. That's what it was. Alright, we're not going to end the lesson. We're going to try to get off the ground here. So, parking brakes off. Flaps are at half now. That was definitely our problem because we had no lift at all coming off of the plane. So we're on the field, no hook, and I think we're ready to go. All right, let's try this again. We'll try this again. Thank God the runway's not too far away. Last night I taxied all the way to the other end of it. And actually got off the ground last night, though. Which is more than what I could say about today. Now, I don't know... That's my only thing, is I don't know what my rudders are with my the joystick setup that I have right now. I have no idea what it is. So I'm using the keyboard for that. I have to lay that out correctly. Runway's right over here. And we're just going to go... I see it's already going a little bit better. Better you than me. We'd like the Wright brothers. Yeah, you need to get on here, Roscoe. You need to get in. I think the Wright brothers got a little bit on us. Roscoe, stop poking me in the ear from the back seat. All right. So let's arm the ejection seat. Again. Bonk. And then that's our strap tidy up. From what I saw in another tutorial. And one last check and give it a whirl here. See if we can line up a little bit better. Don't flatter yourself. Come on. little bit more power here. Let's line it up better. Ten people in the chat. We got 13 likes. Hope everybody's doing well. We're just going to try to get this Hornet off the ground here now that we have the flaps correct. All right. I think we're all right now. Go ahead and hit the brake. Let's see if we can do this the right way now. I'm going to go 80% on the... with the brake on. Let the engine get up to there we go. Brake off. I think the flaps make a world of difference when you're taking an airplane off. I gotta be honest. Ears up. Yeah, I think the flaps are huge. Go down here, we'll put the flaps back to auto. That was much easier. Contact! That went a lot better than the last time. All right. Oh, God, Milo. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle all you guys in Discord doing Top Gun references all the time. I think you were in the kamikaze tutorial. Nice. Alright, see if, I kind of combined the last two tutorials, between this one and the, taking off and, getting off the ground type thing, so. Alright, let's punch it. Let's see how high we can go. We're at 2,700 feet right now. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I gotta unbind my screenshots, so. Mythbusters. Alright, let's, Where the hell did our runway go? Can't be good. It's over here. There it is.
Altitude. Altitude.
I think it's G's, max G's, Milo. It's definitely an error of some sort. There's your flyby, Milo. See if I can get that down. Captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. Oh, yeah. Definitely move around the cabin. I don't know if you could zoom in on that. Oh yeah, Milo, you could definitely do that. I have no doubt. I mean, I'm ready for that right now. Gets out this air sick bag. Yeah, it's just a button. It's the F keys that will change you around, and you could do free camera out there. You could do a whole bunch of different stuff. Alright. So, we've done that tutorial. We took off. Hey, you know what? Go do some valley flying over here real quick, and then we're burning through our fuel quick. But the controls, joystick controls, make it a hell of a lot easier to do stuff like this. In case you guys are wondering, I would pretty much give anything to get a flyer, a ride along with the Blue Angels or Thunderbirds too. If you got an in, just let me know. I'm all in. Did I lift the undercarriage? I don't know what that means, Milo, but it sounds sexy. Did I lift the gear? Yes. You can almost see the leaves on the trees. That's how detailed this game is.
Altitude. Altitude.
GoPro the fly along. Oh man, I would love that. All right, where's our runway? See if we can find it. Because I don't have any nav stuff set up. Should be right over here if I got my bearings correct. Doesn't appear that I do. Ramsons! Oh, it is. It's right there. Ah, let's see if we... let's see if we can land this thing. Why the hell not? Not a bad approach. I don't think. Not that I know anything about approaches.
Altitude. Altitude.
Got to get our airspeed down a lot. It's got to be below 240, so we need our flaps down. What could happen? We're a little high. Yeah, we're a little fast. This is what happened the last time, so see what happens. Yeah, see, now we're up again. Little touch and go. Pulls out and unfolds a paper map. It might be North Korea. Maybe that's why they didn't want me to land there. Gear up. I have to say, it wasn't a bad touch and go for my first one. That was that parking brake? No, I want the flaps back to auto. The wheel brake does not do anything. I got to figure out how to kill the engine. I had the engine completely backed off. I guess it was too fast, Milo. I mean, I obviously I had the lift back, but it pulled me back up the ground. I really don't. I haven't done any of the landing tutorials yet. That was strictly just testing things out, so. All right. Wonder if I got credit for landing there. That'll be interesting. I did. Engine startup, takeoff, land, takeoff, mission end. So, maybe the flaps being up. Maybe I should have put the flaps back to auto. Yeah, maybe that's. Yeah, you might be right. But that, like I said, the thing is, you can go back here in the watch track, and this is how you, you know, obviously what I've used is training. It loads up your entire mission that you just did, and you'll be perpetually flying. And you'll basically go through, and it does everything you did all the way down to mouse
Welcome
movements.
To this training lesson
It
on
does
starting up
it
the
does
Hornet.
everything.
In some missions, you will find yourself in a cold and dark Hornet that you will need to bring to life.
It'll go through the whole thing,
While
and
this
you can
be
see
a
what you
rather
did or
long
wrong.
process as described in the manual, you can also enable the auto start.
So, Roscoe, it's funny you should say that. Taxi and takeoff. There's our navigation from how to read the maps and all that. VFR straight in landing, and then carrier taxi and takeoff, a carrier landing, and there is a mid-air refueling in here somewhere. And then you have your unguided rockets, all that stuff. So we did the cold start. Let's. I'm gonna see if they have anything that we did different for the taxi and takeoff. See if it's anything different. Oh no, I'm not ready for a carrier landing at all. I can barely land on the. I can barely land on the land where there's a 10,000 foot runway, let alone a 500 foot runway moving in the water. All right. Up and running Hornet will learn how to taxi to the runway and take off. All right, so let's. I just want to go through this and see.
In this lesson,
Oh, it's
starting
nighttime.
in an up and running Hornet, and we will learn how to taxi to the runway and take off. Before we taxi, though, let's set up a few more items that we did not cover in the cold start lesson. Press spacebar when ready.
All right, I'm ready. Let's do it. I kind of want to go through these so I get.
Low light operations like this evening, place the landing and taxi light switch in the up-on position. Now, set up your position, formation, and strobe lights as you desire. The formation lights, or slime lights, are low-intensity green lights that aid in close-in formation flying. Position lights are red and green lights that mark the left and right sides of the aircraft, and the strobes are two flashing red lights on the tail. When done, press spacebar.
All right, I don't know what the. We'll just leave those as is.
Time to set up your internal lights.
Oh God.
The instrument dial controls instrument panel lighting. The console dial controls the lighting on the left and right consoles. The flood dial illuminates the forward section of the cockpit. And the chart dial controls lighting of your lap area. The lights test switch will test all cockpit warning and caution lights. The warn caution dial allows you to adjust the illumination of those lights. The mode switch allows you to select default internal lighting for day, night, and night vision goggle use. Experiment with these and press spacebar when ready to move on.
Interesting. All right. Night landing on a carrier, even yeah, no.
Pressure setting knob with the mouse wheel.
Do you know how to
set an
craft a
airfield pressure
parachute?
Elevation of 29.90 atmospheric pressure. Press spacebar when it's set.
29.90. The hell? Where do I get that number? Okay.
To steer the Hornet when taxiing, we will use the nose wheel steering, or NWS, by pressing the S key, or the NWS button on the control stick. When engaged, as indicated by the NWS indication on the bottom right portion of the HUD, rudder inputs will steer the aircraft left and right. When the NWS button is held down, nose wheel steering high, or NWS high, is enabled and allows a tighter
It is
turn
absolutely
radius.
insane, Race. 100%.
This is quite helpful on a crowded carrier deck. Press spacebar to continue.
Nose wheel steering by pressing the S key. Oh, I see. All right.
To get rolling, slowly increase the throttles until you have forward movement, but do not exceed 75% engine RPM.
All right.
Press Z to steer left and X to steer right. Taxi forward to the runway directly ahead.
Let's drop this down. Parking brakes off? Yeah. Yeah, so the stick definitely won't help you out. Yeah, the detail is absolutely insane, Race. Oh yeah, that's a lot different than the rudder on the, lot different. So we're taxiing forward to the runway straight ahead, or what? This one?
Keep taxiing forward and practice both normal NWS and NWS high steering.
Definitely a lot different.
Come to a halt just short of entering the runway by using the toe brakes at the top of the rudder pedals. Before entering the runway, arm the ejection seat by moving the ejection seat safe armed
Yeah, I remembered that.
on your right in the down position so that the armed label becomes visible. Also, tighten your restraints. Check left and right, increase engine RPM, and enter the runway. Once on the runway, align the aircraft down the center line and come to a halt on the 25 runway heading marker. Press spacebar to continue.
Well, let me get there first, guy. Night flights. Night fights. All right. Might be able to see the runway a lot easier, though.
On the right DDI, confirm that the stab position is set to 12 for both stabilators. While holding down the wheel brakes, increase engine RPM to 80% and check that the temps
Can
on
I
the
get
high
there
heat do
first,
not
man?
exceed 800 degrees Celsius.
Calm
In
down.
the Hornet, you always take off in afterburner. Release the brakes and push the throttles all the way forward to full afterburner.
Let me line up, bro. Guy needs to calm the hell down. Alright, lined up. Holding down the wheel brakes increased to 80. I did that before. Confirm that the stab position is set to 12 for both stabilizers. Stab 12. My flaps are half. I'll be a Top Gun instructor. Alright, Milo. Drink water. What's up, bro? What do I use for the view? I use my mouse for the view right now. Drink. I have, welcome to the stream, by the way. I have a Track IR headset coming. It should be here Friday. So I will have my head motion will be controlling my view at that point. But right now I have my mouse next to my joystick. Thanks for coming in, Milo. I appreciate it, bro. All right. So we will see what else, see what we got here. Hold the W. And I'm not sure what that is on my joystick yet, but I'm sure it's somewhere. I just haven't figured it out yet. We're at 85. And we're using the...
roll down the runway. Keep aligned down the middle with very small rudder inputs. Keep a small amount of backstick, and the Hornet will automatically rotate and fly off the runway.
We're off.
Raise the landing gear by moving the landing gear control handle in the up position. Then, raise the flaps by setting the flap switch to the up auto position.
We're up. Gears up, right?
Congratulations, you have just taken off in a Hornet.
Thanks,
you
man.
can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Let's see what the sunset looks like. This is my first night flight. That looks cool. Nice. Hopefully a couple of those screenshots came out. All right. Let's see what we got next. HSI overview and the tack on. Sounds riveting. All right. How's everybody doing? We got 9 people in and 16 likes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Just doing some training here on DCS. Yeah, let's give it a whirl. Can't do anything without navigating, right? The Hornet. Cloud cover 300. All right.
A key part of any mission is the ability to navigate to and from the target. 2 such tools the Hornet provides are automatic direction finding, or ADF, and tactical air navigation, or TACAN. ADF uses VOR stations located throughout the maps to get bearing-only information to them, and TACAN stations are co-located with many airfields, aircraft carriers, and some aerial refuelers. TACAN can provide both bearing and range, or just one of them depending on the source and TACAN mode used. In this lesson, we will discuss how to select ADF and TACAN navigation, and the steering information provided. I currently have the lesson paused as we first discuss a few items.
That's a good plan.
Press spacebar to continue.
All right.
For this lesson, we will be using an ADF example and then TACAN to navigate back to our home training base at Kobuleti.
Oh, good.
Let's start with the simpler ADF. To start, let's first select the Horizontal Situation Indicator, or HSI, for the left DDI. Press the menu Time push button on the left DDI to bring us to the tactical page. Note that this button will indicate menu when on the ground, but will show time when airborne.
Time? I don't see time anywhere.
Let's press the same push button again to bring us to the support page.
Oh, the time of the... Okay, I got you.
Now on the support page, press the HSI push button. The HSI is your primary navigation page that will display TACAN, waypoint, and ADF navigation data. In the center of the HSI is an aircraft symbol that represents your position from a top-down vantage. Your true airspeed is to the left of the symbol and ground speed to the right. Centered and around the aircraft symbol is a compass rose, and on the very top is a louver line.
I hate that girl.
Your heading in regards to the compass rose. Along the top of the HSI is the SCL, or Scale, push button. Consecutive presses of this push button will cycle through the scale range options of the HSI.
Oh, and
Press
it's down
spacebar
here
to
too.
continue.
Check this out. Nice. All right. I get it.
An ADF is assigned to a specific frequency.
Call me an idiot?
Which can also be stored as a preset on one of the two radios. In this case, we have the VOR ADF near Kataisi Airfield preset as Channel 2 on Radio 1. Right now, Radio 1 is set to Channel 1, as you can see in the Channel Select window for Radio 1. To select a new channel preset, place your mouse over the Radio 1 select dial and rotate the mouse wheel forward until 2 is displayed. When you do, you will soon hear the characteristic ADF identification code for that VOR station. Press spacebar to continue.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. I don't see anybody. Is that what you wanted me to do? How do you rewind his ass? Scum has jets now? What's up, Kurt? I don't know what he said. I thought he said to go to 2, but need a Tomahawk missile. You have to craft it though. I think it's 2 sticks and a rag for the Tomahawk. I don't know what the hell that guy said. Go back in his instruction, but I don't know if you can. Kobuleti. .8. Yeah, it kind of threw me to the wolves here. I have no idea what the... Turn the knob to 2 and then he lost me. That's about right. All right, I put it to 2. Now what?
To display the bearing to the VOR station on the HSI, we need to set the UFC ADF function select switch to radio 1. To do this, right mouse button click on the switch. With that done, you will now note a small circle along the outside of the compass rose
right
at
there.
the 1 o'clock position. This is your bearing to the ADF signal. There is no range information though. As you can see, ADF is quite simple. Let's move on to TACAN.
All right.
Spacebar.
Oh, thanks, Drink. I appreciate it, man. It is quite simple. I was waiting for a prompt. I thought I was doing something wrong there, but...
In order to display all TACAN information on the HSI and HUD, press the TCN or TACAN push button on the HSI. Upon doing so, it will be boxed. Now we need to turn on the TACAN and set the code of the desired station. Press the TACAN button on the UFC. With the TACAN now selected on the UFC, we have 3 choices in the option select windows. TR is transmit receive and will provide both bearing and range guidance. RCV is for receive and will just provide bearing to the station. And AA is for air to air and will provide either bearing and range or just range depending on the aircraft. By default,
Flo,
we
thanks
have
for the
TR
thanks for
selected,
subbing.
which is fine.
Welcome to the Wolf Pack.
The lower 2 option select windows allow you to select either an X or Y TACAN channel. For example, 67X. Now let's turn on the TACAN by pressing the on-off button on the UFC.
All right.
On the scratch pad, we now see that the TACAN is on and a default value of 1. Select Clear on the UFC keypad to remove this. We will navigate to the TACAN station at Kobuleti
Quite simple.
which has the TACAN code of 67X. Enter 67 on the UFC keypad and then press the Enter button on the UFC. After entering 67X and pressing Enter, press spacebar.
Thought I did that. 1, 6, 7, 6, 7, Enter.
With the TACAN station now selected, we have some new information on the HUD and HSI. On the right side of the HUD, we have the range to the station in nautical miles and the 3-digit code for the station to the right of the distance value. At the top of the HUD,
Why am I not
along the
seeing it?
heading tape, we have a steering bar that indicates the heading to the TACAN station. On the HSI, we have much more information. In the top left corner of the HSI, we have a data block with 3 rows.
Okay.
The top row is bearing, distance. The second row is time to go in minutes and seconds. And the bottom row is the station ID. On the outside of the compass rose is an inverted triangle with a T in the center. This indicates your heading to the station. There is a corresponding tail on the other side of the compass rose. Between the aircraft symbol and the T symbol is a 3-pronged symbol that represents the selected TACAN station. Press spacebar to continue.
I don't think I'm ready for that yet. I'm trying to figure out why it didn't go in. Was it 67? I thought it was 67 X-ray, right?
When the TACAN station has been selected, you can use the course set switch labeled CRS on the top right corner of the MPCD to set a course line that is centered on the selected station. Left click rotates the course line counterclockwise, and a right mouse click moves it clockwise. When a course has been set, the course line will be displayed on the HSI and on the HUD, with dots to represent 4 and 8 degrees of course offset. Press spacebar to continue.
Yeah, I'm not... Why do you keep taking that away, man? I don't think I plugged in that value right for whatever reason.
When the TACAN beacon is selected, you will also hear the coded ID. You can adjust the volume of this with the TACAN volume control knob labeled TCN on the volume panel. Press spacebar to continue.
I'm gonna have to do this one over again.
You can view airfield TACAN beacon channels by going to the F-10 map, clicking on an airfield, and then reading the data of the airfield. This concludes our look at the HSI, ADF, and TACAN.
Carriers are badass. Yeah, they are. They're in here.
Lesson and practice navigating using the ADF and TACAN.
All right, so we're here. I can click on it. Is that what it said? Ah, look at this. Runway ATC. I don't see 67 X-ray anywhere on here. Where the hell do you get that number? 44 X-ray. That's not the number he told me to plug in. Gonna have to do that one over again. I won't do it. I won't bore you guys with it now, but it's definitely I kind of want to get it working though. See if I understand it. Back in. Let's just do 44. Enter. Now that gave us some different values. There's our, now is that same thing up on the HUD? That's that ball on the HUD too? Or is there not a ball on the HUD? I don't know. Kurt, you know about balls. Will that be on the HUD? He said 67 enter. Let's go, winged boy. Now, why don't you hop in, Roscoe? Show me how it's done. What am I, flying over the top of this place? Yeah, flew right over the damn thing. No wonder I can't get it. The ball's moving constantly. All right, we will move on to the. I'll have to do that one again when I can look at it again. Usually on the chin, but this may be a different model. All right, waypoint navigation, and then we go to landing. That should be interesting. I'm not sure why Griffin's Griffin came up in stream elements, but he did not come up in the Wolfpack shoutouts. So I don't know if that's a YouTube thing or I'm not quite sure. But welcome, Griffin. Possibly a Facebook follower, maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that. All right, TACAN navigation is a great tool. Get back to your airfield or carrier. Many times you will need the ability to set arbitrary navigation points. This is where nav waypoint navigation comes in. The Hornet allows you to have 3 sequences of waypoints you can use to mark anything from a turn point to a target or a threat location. Waypoints can be created in both the mission editor and while in the Hornet cockpit. We will focus on a waypoint sequence already. Okay, so this is how...
While TACAN navigation is a great tool to get back to your airfield or carrier, many times you will need the ability to set arbitrary navigation points. This is where waypoint navigation comes in. The Hornet allows you to have 3 sequences of waypoints that you could use to mark anything from a turn point, a target, or to a threat location. Waypoints can be created...
He just read me the whole thing I read you.
...while in the Hornet cockpit. For this lesson, though, we will focus on a waypoint sequence already created. I currently have the lesson paused.
I feel that I've heard this before. How long before you and Roscoe go halvesies? Yeah, Roscoe, you got $10 million? We can get one of these things. I can fly it. I'm showing you right now I can fly it, so it's a good investment for sure.
Let's first set the left DDI to the HSI page. Press the time push button.
Okay.
We are now on the tactical page, so a press of the time push button again will bring us to the support page. Now on the support page, select the HSI push button. This will display the horizontal situation indicator.
Situation is effed up.
Much of this will look familiar from the TACAN.
I don't see anything.
Instead of pressing the TCN push button though, press the waypoint push button this time. This will box waypoint.
It's not refreshing.
And allow display of more waypoint navigation information on the HSI and HUD.
Is that a bug?
We are currently at waypoint 0, as indicated on the right side of the HUD and between the up and down arrows along the right side of the left DDI. Press the up arrow to select the next waypoint, waypoint 1. With waypoint 1 selected, note the distance to the waypoint, and the waypoint number is displayed on the right side of the HUD, and a steering bar to the waypoint is along the heading tape. On the HSI, you can now better see the waypoint marker that appears as a small circle with a dot in the center. By pressing the SEC1 push button, it will box it and display dashed connecting lines between the waypoints in the selected sequence.
I don't think I'm in the correct window here.
In the top right portion of the HSI, data of the selected waypoints is shown. The top row is the bearing and distance to the waypoint, and below is the hours, minutes, seconds to the waypoint.
With your piloting, we won't even need to insure it.
Is a triangle that indicates the heading to the selected waypoint, with a corresponding tail opposite of it. Press spacebar to continue.
Yeah, I think I'm lost because it wasn't refreshing the HSI over here. Back view. I don't think it was, I don't know. That might be what we need. Not sure.
As with TACAN, you can also set a course line through the selected waypoint. This can be useful by placing a waypoint on a runway and using the course line for a direct approach, or as a reference for the downwind leg of an overhead landing pattern. Press spacebar to continue.
I am pressing the spacebar.
By selecting the auto waypoint sequence option, the navigation system will automatically select the next waypoint in sequence as each waypoint is reached. This avoids having to manually select the next waypoint while navigating a sequence. When you are ready, I will unpause the lesson and allow you to navigate the waypoint sequence. Ahead of you is a sequence of waypoints along a low altitude flight plan. Try to fly through each gate in sequence. Press spacebar to unpause the lesson.
Alright, Roscoe, have a good one.
To more easily fly this sequence, you may wish to adjust the HSI scale. You can use this in conjunction with the next waypoint distance and steering cue on the HUD to best align yourself to intercept the next gate. At any point you can end this lesson by pressing the escape key.
Oh, there's fire down there. Oh, Jesus. What do we do? Panic. Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd. The whole place. Alright, so... I'm not seeing the, Are there supposed to be more cages that I'm flying through, or? There's one. We're gonna go back. I did not see the second one at all. Pontiac merch looking clean. What's up, Lewis? How are you, brother? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, his shirts are nice. It's the only thing is it's winter over there, and it is summer over here, so the long sleeve shirts work out nicely when I'm indoors in the air conditioning, but yeah. Fire looks cool. All right, where's my green box again? See if we can do this over again. I got that one. Are we just following this river? Oh, maybe it's this. That might have been what it was talking about with the scale. Because I'm at scale of 40 right now, and I'm flying this. There we are. I am going to adjust that scale as soon as I can take my hands off the stick here. That line makes a hell of a lot more sense now. Yeah, that line makes a hell of a lot more sense now. I got it. Oh, little trick behind the mountain there, huh? I see. You're not gonna get me. Oh, now they put the mountain behind you, huh? All right. Uh-oh. Oversteering. I'm missing that one. I gotta go back and get it before I get my next green one? No, there's a box over there. Get a little more aggressive on this one. Oh, it's this way. I didn't think they were... Who designed this mission? Oh, I missed that one totally. Didn't even see it. So... Are we out of the green boxes? Probably wants me to try it over again. Let's go back to the... Now that we know what the heck to do. Head back to the coast and see if we can do that again. A little bit better. What's going on, everybody? Just doing a little training here in DCS World. We got the FA-18C Hornet. Doing some low-level navigation stuff. One of the canned training missions before we get into landing. Yeah. Definitely gonna adjust that to 5 and see if we do any better now. There's a big-ass green over there. Look at that. Got 18 likes. Hope everybody's doing well. Just gonna fly up top. You can see the green, see the green circles down here, or the green squares down there. That's what we got to run through. Some of them we missed, so I guess we don't get credit for the mission unless we hit them. But it's not like you can't move on and do other stuff. But just like to make sure I got an idea what the hell is going on. Love this thing. Love that sound. Yeah, so we went all the way through this valley here. I'm just going to head back to the coast. We're going to start it over again, and we'll hit it again. Those fires off over there. Over here is where we started, so kind of entered the valley over that way. We're going to do that. Guys, if you're new to the channel and just finding us in this stream or watching the playback, I have only been playing this game, well, I mean, an hour prior to this stream. This stream's running almost 2 hours now, so... And I'm just going through all the training missions for the Hornet, and the Hornet was the plane that I chose, and I'll be trying to get everything that I can know about the Hornet. I'm going to try to get that down and start to run some training missions and do some content. Is that the rudder? I might have just found a huge Oh, yeah, I did. All right, good.
Altitude. Altitude.
I just found out how to use the rudder with the joystick. It's twisting the stick. All right, so we're going to go re-enter this valley here and go from there. Now, if I could just find out where my my brakes are, we'll be in good shape. Do a high-speed pass over this airfield. I love this F3 view. All right. Let's see if we can find our river here. Find our green boxes again. There we are. Looks like we got that one. Nailed it. These aren't bright green here, so I'm assuming that we hit these already. Oh, power lines. I see. There's the one over, big one over there. Back on track here. One right over this mountain, and then we missed the next one, I think. Caught that one. There's... Which one did we miss, do you think? Must know you're coming back for a... Must know it screwed you up, so it made it bigger. Nailed it. Yeah, we missed 2 in a row, I guess. Cruising through the valley at 600 knots. Why not? This is a hard right, and I think I went left the last time. Oh boy. The jackass that puts these waypoints so close to the damn mountain. Kidding me right now? I don't know if I got that one or not. Had to bail out of that. I don't know if I hit the last one. Apparently not, because he didn't stop the simulation here. Who's Hugh? What's up, brother? How are you? See if we can cross over that path and get back into the pocket. What's going on, Hugh? How you been, man? Do these this last one again. I don't think I hit that one.
Altitude. Altitude. Roll left, roll left.
Got that one. Next one is right there. I think we did hit it. Oh, man. Kidding me with this? I gotta talk to that mission planner. That's terrible. I'm doing good, man. Doing good. It came into the mountain a little hot, into the valley a little hot. It was a little closer than what I wanted. That's not what I was thinking. Oh, absolutely. Moving chair would be sick. All right, I think we hit it all. I don't. It was really just that wave, that nav point. So, guys, I'm gonna hit the break screen real quick. I'm gonna use the restroom, grab some coffee, and I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's see what other silliness we can get into here. Go ahead and quit out of this one. Go ahead and... oh boy. Visual flight rule. Airfield straight-in landing. That ought to be interesting. That ought to be interesting. I'm not going to read this again because we're going to have to listen to the guy talk to us about it again. Few different landing ones now. Then you go to a carrier. So I'm going to definitely try to get to the carrier just so you guys... I would love to give that a whirl. How's everybody doing today? We dropped a few viewers, but I didn't expect a heavy viewership today. With it's kind of just a lull of you know, kind of a low key stream, just learning the basics of it. I didn't expect many people to hang out, and if you are, I appreciate you that you are hanging out or watching my learning curve.
In previous lessons, we learned how to take off and navigate, but what goes up must come down.
That's no shit.
In this lesson, we'll go over the basics of landing a Hornet at an airfield in visual flight rules conditions using a straight-in approach. This will also be useful for the later instrument flight rules landing lesson. I currently have the lesson paused as I want to first outline the basics of an airfield VFR straight-in approach. Before flying this lesson, please make sure you are familiar with the HUD symbology as described in the manual and first lesson.
Oh, sure.
Press space
yeah, I read
bar
the
to
manual.
Continue. You will start the approach 11 miles out at 3,000 feet barometric and 260 knots on approach to runway 07 at Coboletti. Once at 5 miles, you will be at 1,500 feet, and this will place you on a 3-degree glide path to the runway. To measure your glide path angle, reference your velocity vector on the HUD in relation to the pitch ladder. A 3-degree flight path is standard for a Hornet landing. For a straight-in approach, we will keep the HUD showing barometric altitude. This will also be true for IFR landings. Press spacebar to continue.
Alright, so I just have to keep it on a 3-degree downslope. Should be easy.
After the lesson is unpaused, reduce your throttle to idle and fly through the gates ahead. Once your airspeed is below 250 knots, lower the landing gear by moving the landing gear control handle down. Do this by left-clicking the handle or by pressing the G key. Also lower the flaps to fold down by moving the flap switch in the down fold position, either by left-clicking on the switch twice or pressing left-control F. Once the gear and flaps are down, keep flying through the gates and get the aircraft to an on-speed angle of attack. This is the proper AOA that will achieve the correct hook angle to catch the target wire of the carrier. You will want an angle of attack of 8.1 degrees, which will place the velocity vector on the HUD in the center of the E bracket. Additionally, your angle of attack target of 8.1 degrees is indicated by the AOA indexer lights to the left of the HUD frame.
Which is here.
When
I have seen that.
On-speed AOA, the center yellow circle will be illuminated. Use the throttle to adjust your glide path and pitch trim to adjust AOA when the flaps are down. Use the first part of this flight to practice stabilized on-speed flight.
Okay.
Press spacebar to continue.
We'll give it a whirl. Alright, so we're idling.
When you're ready, press spacebar and I will unpause the lesson.
Alright. We're down to idle.
Being below 250 knots, go ahead and lower your landing gear and drop the flaps to full.
Okay.
Reduce
Gear
your
down.
airspeed by setting the throttles to idle.
Did that
You
already.
may also wish to extend your speed brake by using the speed brake switch on the right throttle grip or by pressing left shift B to get slower more quickly. Note the SPD BRK light on the instrument panel when the speed brake is extended.
I don't think
As
I
you
need to
slow
do that
below
right now.
140 knots, retract the speed brake by using the speed brake switch or pressing left control B.
Left control.
Adjust the throttle and stick
B?
trim to maintain 8.1 degrees of angle of attack. Velocity vector inside the E bracket. Use the gates as a reference for your glide path by keeping the velocity vector in the center of the next gate.
I gotta push my, I'm gonna stall out. This is not good. Got my gear down. I don't even have the flaps down yet, and I'm gonna stall out. Yeah. Not able to recover. That was close. Gear up. Let's try that again. What's going on, Crack? How are you? That was terrible. We almost ditched it right there. All right. Go back to idle again. They put us on a straight-in landing, and I can't even get that right. No texting and flying. And slow below 140, retract the speed brake. And the speed brake is exactly what I needed the last time I landed and did that touch and go. Alright. Brake over to this another 90-degree turn here. Ish. Get back on the path. Gotta get. Our airspeed is still terrible. My speed brake on? I don't see where any. Yeah. I don't see a brake anywhere. But it's got to be on. Yeah, it's definitely on. Very sluggish.
Check gear, check gear.
I thought my gear was up. Splash. All right, do that one again. Just watch Jack Fred's coverage of the Star Wars Squadrons game. Very sim and less arcade. Oh, really? All right. Hitting the Night Kingdom's Purge. Very good, bro. Very good. We're going to do that one again. See if we can not screw it up.
In previous lessons, we learned how to take off and navigate, but what goes up must come down. In this lesson, we'll go over the basics of landing a Hornet at an airfield in visual flight rules conditions using a straight-in approach. This will also be useful for the later instrument flight rules landing lesson. I currently have the lesson paused as I want to first outline the basics of an airfield VFR straight-in approach.
Oh
Before flying this lesson, please make sure you are familiar with the HUD symbology as described in the manual and first lesson. Press spacebar to continue. You will start the approach 11 miles out at 3,000 feet barometric and 260 knots on approach to runway 07 at Kobuleti. Once at 5 miles, you will be at 1,500 feet, and this will place you on a 3-degree glide path to the runway. To measure your glide path angle, reference your velocity vector on the HUD in relation to the pitch ladder. A 3-degree flight path is standard for a Hornet landing. For a straight-in approach, we will keep the HUD showing barometric altitude. This will also be true for IFR landings. Press spacebar to continue.
Okay. What's going
The
on?
lesson is
HawksGirl's
on
still
pause,
around. How's it going?
Reduce your throttle to idle and fly through the gates ahead. Once your airspeed is below 250 knots, lower the landing gear by moving the landing gear control handle down. Do this by left-clicking the handle or by pressing the G key. Also lower the flaps to fold down by moving the flap switch in the down fold
Left control
position,
F.
either by left-clicking on the switch twice or pressing left control F. Once the gear and flaps are down, keep flying through the gates and get the aircraft to an on-speed angle of attack. This is the proper AOA that will achieve the correct hook angle to catch the target wire of the carrier. You will want an angle of attack of 8.1 degrees, which will place the velocity vector on the HUD in the center of the E bracket. Additionally, your angle of attack target of 8.1 degrees is indicated by the AOA indexer lights to the left of the HUD frame. When at the on-speed AOA, the center yellow circle will be illuminated. Use the throttle to adjust your glide path and pitch trim to adjust AOA when the flaps are down. Use the first part of this flight to practice stabilized on-speed flight. Press spacebar to continue.
Okay.
When you're ready, press spacebar and I will unpause the lesson.
So I should be down at idle already. That did not help me the last time, so I don't know if it's gonna work.
Being below 250 knots, go ahead and lower your landing gear and drop the flaps to full. Reduce your airspeed by setting the throttles to idle.
And I did
You
that.
may also wish to extend your speed brake by using the speed brake switch on the right throttle grip or by pressing left shift B to get slower more quickly. Note the SPD BRK light on the instrument panel when the speed brake is extended.
Now that I don't see. Oh,
As you slow below 140 knots, retract the speed brake by using the speed brake switch or pressing left control B. Adjust the throttle and stick trim to maintain 8.1 degrees of angle of attack. Velocity vector inside the E bracket. Use the gates as a reference for your glide path by keeping the velocity vector in the center of the next gate.
Not ideal. Definitely not idle. It says they want you at idle, but I am certainly not at idle right now. And I'm at 60% on the engines. I'm gonna get back to this gate here and then I'll correct it a little bit, but... Alright. Now I can drop some speed a little bit. What's going on, everybody? Got 10 people in here. Trying to do a first successful landing. Alright. So that's our correct angle of attack.
At this point, you should be on speed with an angle of attack of 8.1 degrees, indicated by the velocity vector in the center of the E bracket on the HUD. Use throttle input to adjust your glide path such that the E bracket is positioned over the runway threshold. Use pitch trim to keep on-speed AOA. You should now be on a 3-degree glide path down the runway.
Idle planes of the Devil's Workshop. So I'm working on the angle of attack, which is this. So I'm kind of coming in like this, which is what they're talking about when they're talking about that 8.1 degrees, from what I can gather. So that E-bracket that is right there next to the little plane, right in the dead center of the HUD, that is where I am when you're talking about...
Maintain on-speed AOA, and your glide path should be aligned with the runway threshold.
I'm backing off my engines a little bit. Now I'm way high, but not brutally. But yeah, now I'm down to 120 knots, and I'm losing lift. And I lost my glide slope, so... Now I'm on the right. You see that yellow circle off to the left of the HUD there.
Maintain on-speed AOA and fly the aircraft onto the runway with a vertical velocity of no more than 750 feet per minute, as displayed over the HUD altitude indication. Do not flare. Once the nose wheel comes down, use the rudder to keep the aircraft centered down the runway, and use the wheel brakes to bring her to a halt.
A little hard. All right. Oh, this rudder's much easier over here. What's up, Gaming Plus? Holy shit. We did it. No way. That was a pretty hard landing,
Well
but
done.
unbelievable.
You can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Let's get off the runway first. Pontiac, you're in trouble, bro. The 2080 Ti is doing very well. I mean, it's, I think it's doing pretty good, man. I don't know how the stream looks, but it's certainly running the game phenomenally. Now, my rudder should be... I thought this was my rudder, Alright. Wow. I might do that one again. That's, that was fun. I'm gonna check my rudder here. Ground control. General. Axis command. Thank you, Phoenix. That was a little hard, but for a first successful one, I'll take it. Wheel brake left has no... The wheel brake. Joy RZ. I don't know what that is. It's on this joystick, so that's good to know. Thank you, Race. I'm probably not gonna right away get a 3080 gaming. I'm pretty happy with what I got right now. We'll see what happens, but I'm not gonna run out right away and grab it. The rudder on the joystick here. This on the throttle. I don't know how you set these. I don't know which ones are which, so I don't know how to... I'm going to have to do this. Alright, I'm going to have to figure that out later. Right now my bit rate, I believe, is... stand by. 12,000. Correct. 12,000. And my upload speed at my house is not as good as it should be. My upload speed's only about 21,000, so I only use about half. We're going to go ahead and do that straight-in landing again since we screwed it up the first time. And I just want to make sure that I got that, because that's... you know what? We'll go to the overhead pattern landing. We'll move on, and I'll try that on my own time. That was... slightly stressful. I can only imagine what a carrier's like.
In the previous lesson, we learned how to perform a simple straight-in landing during VFR conditions. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to perform an overhead landing pattern. This should be your usual VFR landing pattern, and it will be very similar
Absolutely,
to
gaming.
a Case 1 landing
Absolutely.
pattern you'll use to land on the boat. I currently have the lesson paused, as I want to first outline the airfield
Give me
overhead
a new
pattern.
car and send you the 2080.
Before flying the lesson, please make sure you are familiar with the HUD symbology as described in the manual. Press spacebar to continue.
Alright.
Ahead of you is a series of gates that you will fly through. These are designed to instruct you on where you should be during the pattern. You will start the pattern at 800 feet and 350 knots, just to the left of the runway. At the end of the runway, brake to the left with a G of 1% of your airspeed, in this case, 3.5 G for 350 knots.
Alright.
As your speed decreases, relax the G to match the speed. At 180 degrees of turn, level out on the downwind leg and descend to 600 feet, and you should be below 250 knots. When below 250 knots, lower your landing gear and lower the flaps to fold down. Press spacebar to continue.
This ought to be good. So I got a 180 degree turn after the gates.
Once on the downwind leg, establish yourself at 600 feet and slow the aircraft to on-speed angle of attack of 8.1 degrees. This can most easily be seen on the HUD by keeping the velocity indicator inside the E bracket. To the left of the HUD frame are the angle of attack index or lights. When on speed, the center donut should be lit. Maintain on-speed angle of attack during the downwind leg.
Yeah, sounds easy.
Press spacebar to continue. As you roll out on the runway heading, fly to place the E bracket on the runway threshold and use throttle adjustments to control your glide path to be 3 degrees. Use pitch trim to keep the velocity vector centered in the E bracket. Press spacebar to continue. Prior to touchdown, do not flare the aircraft, but rather let it fly into the runway with no more than 750 feet per minute, as indicated above your altitude on the HUD. That is an overview of what we will be doing. Before we try this out though, let's first set up a couple of things in the cockpit.
Alright.
First, set the altimeter display on the HUD to display radar altitude by moving the altitude switch on the HUD control panel to the down RDR position. Using what you learned in the TACAN lesson, set the TACAN to 67X and a course of 70 degrees.
Alright.
This is the TACAN channel for Kobuleti Airfield, and it will provide us useful information to line up our downwind and final approach legs of the pattern. Press spacebar when done, and you are ready to unpause the lesson.
Course of 70. TACAN. 67. Enter. What about the course? I think we're done. Course is 70? I don't know. I don't know if I might have missed that part in the that other lesson. Alrighty.
We are now flying a heading of 64 degrees at 370 knots and 1,000 feet. Fly through the gates ahead, which will place us at 800 feet and offset to the right of the runway. We don't want to directly overfly the runway. Maintain an airspeed of 350 knots. Cage the velocity vector on the HUD by pressing the Cage Uncage button to the right of the throttle grip or pressing C. Approaching the end of the runway, we will continue to follow the gates for a 180-degree turn into the downwind leg.
Oh yeah?
The turn rate will be based on a G that is 1% of our airspeed. In this case, 3.5 G for 350 knots.
I gotta pick up my speed a little bit here. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
Now on the downwind leg, lower your landing gear and set the flaps to full once below 250 knots. Whilst doing this, descend and maintain 600 feet. While on the downwind, establish an on-speed AOA of 8.1 degrees by flying to maintain the velocity vector inside the E bracket on the HUD.
Oh.
Proper AOA is also indicated to the left of the HUD by the indexer lights. Keep a donut displayed on the center of the indexer. Once your left wingtip is abeam of the runway threshold, start a 30-degree bank to the left while maintaining on-speed AOA. This is a bit tricky. Use the throttle to control your descent and stick trim pitch to control. As your nose comes around to the runway heading, uncage the velocity vector on the HUD.
This isn't good.
And fly to place the E bracket on the runway threshold where you wish to touch down. Use throttle input to adjust your glide path of 3 degrees. Use pitch trim to control your angle of attack.
Gonna have to do that one again. I didn't even see where the green boxes went. There's another runway over here. We'll just land over here. It said it was around 800 feet we started, so we'll try to get back in the pattern around there. Got all the room in the world out on the aircraft carrier, and this is the pattern they do to land? Are you kidding me? Alright, back it off a little bit more. What's up, Zero Foxtrot? How are you, man? Welcome. Let's see if we can turn back into this pattern here and catch it. We're a little far out, but that's all right. We'll catch it. 375 we need to be on the upwind, I guess it is. Now, where the hell did those boxes... I guess you just bank hard and then come into a... I don't know. I see no boxes at the end of the runway like the last time. I can't believe I got back into this pattern. That's without crashing. All right, so we're getting ready to bank here. Yeah, missed one. Yeah, maybe two. Okay. Let's slow it down again. Gear down. Flaps down. No way. Oh, these guys really do know what the hell they're doing. We're way high.
Do not flare the aircraft.
Yeah, I didn't mean to, guy.
Continue on the glide path and touch down at no more than 750 feet per minute.
Going way too fast.
Use gentle rudder input to keep a line down the runway. Once below 75 knots, use the wheel brakes to bring the aircraft to a halt.
All right. I mean, I see what they're talking about. You kind of do once you hit that brake. You pretty much you're right on the path for that runway. I gotta stabilize myself here. All right, let's get over here. Pretty much up. Go gear down again. All right, I got that cage. That threshold thing is right there. That's that E right in the center, right by my velocity vector thing.
Fuel low.
Yeah.
Fuel low.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I am not where I need to be right now. How's everybody doing today? We are just trying to land a plane from a pattern. We already landed once straight in, but this is a little bit harder. airspeed is shot right now. And I do get the G, you know, the one airspeed per G. That's... Alright, let's level off here. Getting a lot more lift. We're just not keeping the airspeed, what we need. Yeah, nowhere near lined up to where I need to be. Nowhere near it. You're up. I think the flaps, I don't think I'm putting the flaps up. I think that's the problem. See if we can control it a little bit better this way. Bank head tracker may help. It is, it's definitely on, it's on the way. The head tracker will be here on Friday. Let's try to get back in the pattern again. Way over there. You made your own head tracker. Nice. That's kind of cool. I don't, that's really cool. Alright, I'm gonna bank into this, back into the pattern here. Say screw that one and we'll get this next one here. Would really help if they made these green squares and they did the same bank that they're showing on that end of the runway that they're making it on the other end of the runway. That would be ideal. You kind of lose track of what you're doing there. What's going on, everybody? We just hit 3 hours in the stream. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Appreciate it. I know it's not a action-packed stream, but all right, this turn might be the best one that I've had yet. So far. Only missed one on that turn. It's not bad. Now we go gear down, full flaps. I'm chasing this E around, and it's... I'm way high. Not gonna be pretty. Not terrible, though. Terrible approach, anyway. This is what happened the last time. Not ideal. What's up, Captain Steve-O? I did land, but that was not ideal. Well, we might as well go over here and say hi to the fire department, because we're going to need them anyway. Coming in hot. Not action-packed. You submerged them.
Congratulations on landing the Hornet.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
This will become second nature.
You sure?
You can end this lesson now by pressing the escape key.
I don't know if you're supposed to do that. Alright, let's coming in hot. I gotta figure out what that does.
Fuel low. Fuel
We did
low.
land. I'm using the HOTAS, Captain Steve-O. Oh, take it easy, man. Way too fast. I guess they don't like being in the grass. Organic landing, it counts. All right. Well, we landed. I don't know. I mean, we didn't crash. We were hitting hard, but we got credit for 2 landings there. Because we hit the ground twice. Perfect. Instrument approach airfield landing. You know what? We've been going for 3 hours. I'm gonna do. We're gonna skip the instrument approach carrier, and we're gonna do a carrier taxi and take off. Just because I think that's cool as hell. That's how we'll end the stream. Got a whole bunch of stuff to read to us here, so.
We will learn to taxi to an aircraft carrier catapult and take off in this lesson. In a previous lesson, we learned how to start up. When starting up the Hornet on a carrier, The only significant difference will be that you will set the INS switch to CV for aircraft carrier, instead of ground during inertial navigation system alignment. So, we will just focus on the taxi and takeoff from the carrier in this lesson. Looking out of the cockpit to the right is the bow of the aircraft carrier, and catapults 1 to the right and catapult 2 to the left are located here. Looking ahead and bit to our left are the waist catapults of number 3 and 4. In this lesson, we will taxi to, get hooked up to, and take off from catapult 2. As you may have noticed, catapult 1 is currently blocked by parked aircraft. Before taxiing forward, we will need to set our trim based on our total aircraft weight. You can find this on the checklist page from the support menu. It's located on the ACWT line. As you can see, our bird weighs just 46,600 and change.
Oh, God.
If below 44,000,
More Top Gun references.
16 degrees of stab trim. If between 44
Buzz the
and
tower.
49,000 pounds,
All right.
set trim to 17 degrees. If over 49,000 pounds, set trim to 19 degrees, and afterburners are required for takeoff. So, go to the FCS page on the support menu and use the trim hat or right control period to increase stab trim to 17.
17.
When set, press spacebar to continue.
All right, so FCS page on the support menu, which we can do pretty... FCS. Use the trim hat or right control to increase to trim to 17. All right. That's not going up. At all. That looks like rudder trim, though. Yo, hat, how do I set this? Right control plus. All right, give it a shot. That's not going up either. Oh, nice. Kurt must have subscribed this day. This might be his anniversary. Alrighty. Use the trim hat or right control plus to increase stab trim. Not the numpad plus. It's not that plus.
Running from the bottom on the checklist page. Arm the ejection seat. Check that nose wheel steering is on. No warning lights. Hook is up. Flaps are set to half. Trim set to the total aircraft weight. Wings match wing fold handle. Oxygen on. Brakes off, launch bar up, anti-skid off, master arm off. From the MPCD, select WTPT and cycle to waypoint 1. Countermeasures off, radar altimeter to 40 feet.
Gonna have to do this one again.
Master
I can't get the
light switch aft. When all set, press spacebar to continue.
Trying to find that trim, and why it's not setting my rudder trim. It is, but I don't know which one, which buttons do what yet, Cap. I literally got this game a couple days ago, and, I don't know what any of the buttons do at all. Oh, there's the speed brake, though. Now I know what the speed brake is. But that stab right there, I don't know what, I'm gonna restart this and figure out what the heck that is. Nice crack. Yeah, let me see in my, maybe in my controls. If I look at my controls, maybe the trim is set, but I don't know which joystick numbers, like what they give you, like the hyphenated or abbreviated joystick numbers, and I have no idea what numbers are what. So I'd have to pull out the instructions because I used a downloaded template. Yeah, they don't even have it on the instructions. That's awesome. They don't even tell you which numbers are what on the instructions. A bunch of mumbo jumbo.
We will learn to taxi to an aircraft carrier catapult and take off in this lesson. In a previous lesson, we learned how to start up the Hornet. When starting up the Hornet on a carrier, the only significant difference will be that we will set the INS switch to CV for aircraft carrier, instead of ground during the inertial navigation system alignment. So, we will just focus on taxi and take off from the carrier in this lesson.
That might have been why. I didn't have that.
The cockpit to the right is the bow of the aircraft carrier, and catapults 1 to the right and catapult 2 to the left are located here. Looking ahead and bit to our left are the waist catapults of number 3 and 4. In this lesson, we will taxi to, get hooked up to, and take off from catapult 2.
Just right there.
As you may have noticed, catapult 1 is currently blocked by parked aircraft. Before taxiing forward, we will need to set our trim based on our total aircraft weight. You can find this on the checklist page from the support menu. It's located on the ACWT line. As you can see, our bird weighs just 46,600 and change. If below 44,000 pounds, set 16 degrees of stab trim. If between 44 and 49,000 pounds, set trim to 17 degrees. If over 49,000 pounds, set trim to 19 degrees, and afterburners are required for takeoff.
Okay.
So, go to the FCS page on the support menu and use the trim hat or right control period to increase stab trim to 17.
It said right control period?
When set, press spacebar to continue.
I thought it said right control plus. Oh, right control plus period. I gotcha. Alright, so let's see if this is gonna, because we did this already. That's what it wants. CV. Now if we do right control period. Oh hell, look at that. So we'll set that to 17. That makes a lot of difference. Alright. We did that. Cool.
Running from the bottom on the checklist page. Arm the ejection seat.
Armed.
Check that nose wheel steering is on. No warning lights. Hook is up. Flaps are set to half. trim set to the total aircraft weight.
I'll let him, otherwise I'm going to get all confused here. Let him run through this and then I'll go back.
Oxygen on, brakes off, launch bar up, anti-skid off, master arm off. From the MPCD, select WTPT and cycle to waypoint 1. Countermeasures off, radar altimeter to 40 feet, canopy closed, master external light switch aft. When all set, press spacebar to continue.
All right, let's see here. Arm the ejection seat. We did that. Check that the nose wheel steering is on. That's the NWS right there. We're good. No warning lights. We'll clear the caution. Hook up. That's over here. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. Or, no, it's over here. Hook. Up. Flaps are set to half. That's here. Flaps to half. Wings match the fold handle. Wings are folded. That's my... Yep. Oxygen is on. Brake is off. Anti-skid is off. Master arm. I haven't had to mess with that. Yeah, that's off. Alright, from the MPCD, select waypoint and cycle to waypoint 1. So... waypoint. That one? No waypoint. Aha! Lawrence Cole, what's up? I think it's exciting. Post-it note and places it over a... It's actually a pull. Countermeasures are off. I don't even know where the hell that is. Radar altimeter set to 40. Got about 2,000 hours in Microsoft Flight. Nice, nice. Canopy is closed. Clear that off again. Master external light switch. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, Lawrence? Alright. What was the other one? The launch bar up? Alright. I think we're there.
Directly to our right is a large yellow rectangle painted on the deck. This is the Jet Blast Deflector, or JBD, for Catapult 2. This will redirect our engine exhaust once we power up for takeoff. Normally, you will spread your wings when positioned behind the JBD, but before you taxi over it to the Catapult shuttle. Because we are already nearly behind the JBD for Catapult 2, spread the wings using the wing fold handle by your right knee, or press right shift and right control O. 5 seconds after the wings are fully spread, stow the handle with the O key. When they are down and the wing fold handle matches the wing position, press spacebar.
Time to go for a swim. Oh, yeah. All right. when they're down. Oh, it's folding them. I don't want to do that. Okay. Hold.
Before taxiing forward, hold down the nose wheel steering button or press S. This will keep the nose wheel steering in high gain and allow us to make tighter turns on a crowded deck. This is indicated as NWS high on the HUD. If you have the wings folded, you do not need to hold down the nose wheel steering button to enable NWS high. Slowly increase
What's up, Frankie?
the throttle while inputting full right rudder. Make sure you are in nose wheel steering high to make the very sharp turn to catapult 2 to your right. As you taxi over the JBD, align the nose of the aircraft straight down the catapult track. Once aligned directly down the catapult track, slowly and carefully roll forward until the nose wheel is just behind the catapult shuttle. The catapult shuttle is attached to the catapult and is used to launch you down the catapult track. To get the nose just behind the shuttle, you can either use the F2 external view or align the catapult shuttle off catapult 1 to be directly off.
This ought to be interesting. All right.
Press spacebar when aligned on the catapult, and the nose wheel is just behind the catapult 2 shuttle.
I'm not too bad, Frankie. Thanks for asking. Just trying to get lined up for a carrier launch here. Ah, we're already screwing up. Maybe not. Takes a little bit more power to go Yeah, no, I'm trying to get in the habit of that too, Captain Steve-O, for sure. Good to hear, Frankie. All right, so what that F2 key? All right. I think we're there.
The launch bar on the nose wheel landing gear strut will connect the aircraft to the catapult shuttle. Lower the launch bar by left-clicking on the switch by your left knee labeled launch bar. With the launch bar down, press U to better align the aircraft on the catapult track and shuttle and attach the hold rack. This will also raise the JVD behind you. You can use external F2 view to confirm that the launch bar is attached. Once attached, move the launch bar switch to the raised position. Press spacebar.
Alright, looks like we're attached. Once attached, move the launch bar switch to the raised position. That doesn't sound like it makes much sense, but okay. Is that what it wants?
You're now ready for the cat shot.
Oh, good.
Increase throttles to military power. Wipe the controls by inputting full pitch and roll on the stick and full rudder deflections on the rudder. When ready, go to full power and initiate the catapult stroke.
Oh.
Airborne. Roll to the right and quickly raise your landing gear and flaps and accelerate to 300 knots. When taking off from cats 1 and 2, you will perform a starboard clearing turn, and when launching from the waist cats, you'll perform a port clearing turn. Once you've turned 20 degrees from the carrier bearing, turn back to parallel the carrier's bearing and keep your altitude below 500 feet until 7 miles from the carrier. This is to keep you out of the way.
Looks like I've already screwed that up.
Press escape to conclude this lesson.
What's up, SB? Yeah, we're definitely way higher than 500 feet right now. All right. Well, that was interesting. I think our wingman just took off. There you go. Try to land it now? Yeah. What's up, truck? How are you, man? Yeah, I will be landing on a carrier at some point, but it won't be right now. All right, we're going to conclude that lesson. We'll come back to that one later, and I'll get a little bit better at that one. But we're going to go... Kurt requested to watch something get blown up, so maybe we'll do air-to-air. Let's do air-to-ground with the gun. What the hell? Yeah. Sidewinder. Buzzing the tower, yeah. Truck, you missed the landings. I had the landings before. Oh, air-to-air gun. I thought it said Sidewinder. I got it. I thought it said so. Add here. I think it said check gear. It thought I was landing. Just lurking as usual. I appreciate it, man. Always appreciate it. See how we're doing on the sub count. Started out with 23. I don't even remember. 2353 maybe? Yeah, 2353, and that's we lost 2 during the stream. Love that. Every time I stream, I lose like 3 people. It's hilarious.
In this lesson, we'll learn about how to use the AIM-9L and M versions of the venerable Sidewinder short-range infrared guided air-to-air missile. Using a cooled infrared seeker, the Sidewinder locks onto the hot elements of a target, most often the engines. Best used in close-range dogfights, the Sidewinder is a fire and forget after launch. However, the Sidewinder can be decoyed by flares and is less effective against ground clutter. Today we're looking at the L and M versions. The AIM-9L, or Lima, entered production in 1977 and was the first all-aspect homing Sidewinder, meaning it could get a lock on a target at any aspect angle. However, a rear aspect provides much better detection. The Mike, or AIM-9M, is an improved version of the Lima with better flare rejection and a reduced smoke motor. In a later lesson, we'll take a look at the AIM-9X and the joint helmet-mounted cueing system. The Sidewinder can be used on both bore sight mode and slaved to a radar-locked target. I currently have the lesson paused as we discuss some of its features. To select a Sidewinder, press down on the weapon select switch, or press left, shift, and S. Do this now.
Sidewinder, press down on the weapon select switch, or press left plus S. Sweeney, that's it's YouTube dropping bot accounts and subs, and then some people, you know, just unsubscribing. I'm not really 100% sure exactly what it is, but it is, you know, there's a whole bunch of different things that it could be. All right, so I think this might be my weapon select. Gun. Visual. Is that it?
Selected
yeah.
With no target locked on radar, the Sidewinder will be in bore sight mode. This is indicated by the single reticle on the HUD that indicates the seeker line of sight. Below on the HUD, you will notice the name of the weapon.
Not sure on that, Lawrence, but I would, if they do it in real life, I'm sure they do it here.
To employ a Sidewinder in this mode, fly your Hornet to place the reticle over a target and wait for the seeker tone to change to a higher pitch. This indicates the seeker sees and is tracking the target. You could then launch the missile by pulling the trigger or pressing the spacebar. To allow the seeker to self-track the target, press the cage-uncage button on your throttle or press C when you hear the lock tone. Once self-tracking, the seeker will automatically follow the target within its seeker field of regard. Before trying this though, let's first take a closer look at the AIM-9 format page on the left DDI. Press spacebar to continue.
Alright.
As with the AA gun, you have the remaining gun rounds and master arm indications. Along the wing form are indications for AIM-9 loading. 9L indicates stations with A9L, and 9M indicates stations with A9M. The selected station includes an SEL for selected below it. To cycle through AIM-9 stations, press the AIM-9 select switch on the weapon select switch, or press left shift S. This allows you to switch between A9L and AIM-9M versions. When you are ready, press spacebar and I will unpause the lesson.
$7M. Oh, I see. All right. They can best track low aspect targets. M version. All right.
You now have 2 MiG-29 drone targets ahead of you. Fly to place the reticle over one of them until you hear a higher pitched lock tone. You can either launch an AIM-9 now by pressing the trigger on the stick or spacebar on the keyboard, or initiate a self-track by pressing the cage uncage button on the throttle or pressing C. Once self-tracking, launch an AIM-9. It may take more than one to bring down the MiG. Splash 1. Keep an eye on the second MiG-29 and follow it. We will use a radar slave track for that one. Follow the second drone. To lock up the second drone on radar, press up on the sensor select switch or press right alt and semicolon. This will place the radar in air combat maneuvering or ACM mode.
Oh, that's annoying as hell. So is it locked? Keep an eye on the second MiG-29 and follow it. We used a radar slave track for that one. Lock up the second drone on radar. Press up on the sensor select switch. I don't think I'll ever use that mic. That's not it. Those missiles aren't doing what they're told. Alt and colon. That's the gun. What, did he go over the... Did he fly into the mountain? AIM-9 and the AMRAAM. Yes, I know those. Just trying to find out which, controls here. That audio control is absolutely, or that audio is, yeah, no, I was definitely falling out. I know. Try that one again. Oh, look, I got a score. Yeah, it is nuts how slow they can go at air shows and stuff. It's crazy. Air-to-ground gun, unguided rockets. Now let's give this a whirl. The hell. 9 people in the chat. What's going on, everybody? We are encroaching on 4 hours of training here in DCS. Just kind of messing around with the Hornet stuff, trying to figure out how to do it. And
in addition to high-explosive general-purpose bombs like the Mark 82, 83, and 84, you also have canister munitions at your disposal. Also termed cluster bombs, the FA-18C can carry the Mark 20 Rockeye 2 and CBU-99 at 100. All 3 munitions carry 247 Mark 118 Mod 1 bomblets. The Mark 118 bomblet contains a shaped charge warhead designed for anti-armor use. As such, these bomblets are good at defeating armor, but have very little proximity damage effect. To be effective, the bomblet must directly hit the target. The 3 versions of the munition only differ in their canister and fuses. Today, we have 8 Mark 20s loaded and 2 groups of various armored vehicles to devastate.
yeah, right, Crack? No kidding.
This should be routine now. Set master mode to AG.
Should be routine. Who the hell does he think he's talking
Select
to?
Mark 20s by pressing push button 6. We'll keep the UFC option as is. A big difference when setting up a canister munition profile is the fuse setting. Rather than an impact fuse, we'll need to initiate the fuse when the munition is over the target area so the bomblets can disperse over the desired weapon effect area. We'll do this with the mechanical fuse or M fuse. Press push button 4 to select M fuse. From the M fuse selections, select variable timed or VT on push button 3.
I see E-fuse. I don't see...
When we selected VT as the fuse type, we now have an HT, height, option on push button 1. This will set the weapon computer to provide weapon release cues based on what height the fuse is set to physically open on the canister. The physical fuse and the fuse setting in the program must match. By default, the physical fuse is set to 1500 feet. Continually press push button 1 until 1500 is displayed in the HT field for program in the data block. Press spacebar once the HT value is set to 1500.
I don't even see... $1,500. I don't see what I'm looking at here. What's changing? E-fuse. Not really seeing what numbers are changing here for. Interesting. Don't hit the ATR button. Trying to figure out what it's supposed to set to 1200, but I don't see what's supposed to be set, and I don't see 1200 being shown anywhere. Have to read up on that. All right.
Once that is done, set your HUD to show radar altitude. While canister munitions can be delivered in auto mode, CCIP is recommended for better accuracy. As reviewed in the CCIP bombing lesson, we have a dill, pull-up queue, and reflected queue on the HUD. As with CCIP general purpose bombs, we will fly to place the CCIP bombing cross over the target and then hold down the weapon release button, or right alt and spacebar key, to release the munition. Before we try this though, set your radar altimeter to 1500 feet to alert us if we are below the fuse height. In addition to the altitude warning,
that would be bad.
You will also see a dud cue on the HUD. Press spacebar to unpause the mission. For best accuracy, a specific attack profile is recommended. Perform a diving attack on the target with the velocity vector between -25 and -30 degrees on the HUD pitch line. Maintain an airspeed of 500 knots and release the weapon at 2,500 feet radar altitude. Give it a try against the target group at waypoint 1.
Oh yeah.
It's marked by a gate and red smoke.
We'll give it a whirl.
Line up your velocity vector over the target, but at level flight. When the CCIP cross is over the target, press and hold the weapon release button, or right alt and spacebar key when at 2,500 feet, 500 knots, and a dive angle between 25 and 30 degrees.
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up, pull up.
All right. I don't think we released anything. I do have a HOTAS anti-hero. I got the Thrustmaster 16,000T. Just got it the other day. Just got it yesterday, actually. It's my first actual gameplay with it, more than just screwing around. How's it going, anti-hero? You good? Yeah, I'm not quite understanding the bombing yet. I'm gonna have to mess with that a little bit. That's an air-to-air gun, but what the hell? I had to figure out how to arm those in the computer. I have no idea. Oh, I just opened my canopy. That's not good. It's an open air plane, open air jet. We out. Oh, very nice, anti-hero, very nice. I haven't tried on it, Sweeney. I haven't messed around with it yet. I'm not doing too bad, anti-hero. Thanks. Just doing a little skydiving out of the Hornet. It's up there somewhere, flying by its own self. This thing comes back and hits me. I'm making a video out of it. I think that's it. This thing's right here. Landed over there. That's not good. Matt Black, what's up, man? How are you? I decided I'm not opposed to the Hog at all. But I decided to do the FA-18 just for its versatility. I would definitely have a lot of fun with the Hog too, but I'm not buying both. I've spent way too much money on this game already this week, so. But yeah, I wouldn't mind joining you at all. I need to figure out how to play it, which is what the point is. So. A big player? I don't know about a big player. I'm still trying to learn it, Sweeney. The head tracker will be here on Friday. I literally just started playing this game 2 days ago, Matt. Just 2 days ago. I'm still doing all the training missions, all that stuff. I'm trying to figure it out. I just today just pulled off a successful landing in the training, actually on the stream here, and I'm just trying to make it all work out. That's all. When I do join people, I want to be a functioning member of a team, so that's why I'm attempting that. Let's give a carrier landing a whirl. Hell, what could happen? So I definitely got to figure out the arming of the weapons and things like that. I've just been concentrating on flying, so.
Today we will perform a Case 1, Case 2 carrier landing. This will be very similar to the VFR field overhead pattern. In fact, Navy pilots land at airfields much like they do on a boat to maintain this perishable skill. In regard to a Case 2 landing, this would be the visual approach element of the landing after being guided in from the Marshall Stack CV-1 approach. Case 1 is defined as having a 3,000-foot minimum cloud ceiling and 5 nautical miles of visibility.
All right.
For today's lesson, though, we're going to keep the aircraft carrier stationary, so we can provide some gates that will assist you in the pattern.
Sounds like a grandiose idea.
To continue. Ahead of you is a series of gates that you will fly through. These are designed to instruct you on where you should be during the pattern. You will start the pattern at 800 feet and 350 knots just starboard of the boat. During this phase of the landing, lower your arrestor hook by moving the arrestor hook handle in the down position. First starting out, we will not break into the pattern until 1.5 nautical miles past the bow of the boat. This will give you plenty of time to get on speed in the downwind leg. At the break, you will make a level turn with the G of 1% of your airspeed.
Yeah, okay.
In this case, 3.5 G for 350 knots. As your speed decreases, relax the G to match the speed. You may need to relax or tighten the turn to roll out 1.3 to 1.4 mile abeam the boat. At 180 degrees of turn, level out on the downwind leg and descend to 600 feet. You should be below 250 knots. Once below 250 knots, lower your landing gear and set the flaps to full. Press spacebar to continue.
Yeah, I don't have a high probability of success for this one, but see what happens. Yeah, the hat tracker, I heard about that. I did go with the track IR though, but yeah, I went with the track IR. Just that's what I found. So
once on the downwind leg,
but it should be here on Friday.
600 feet and slow the aircraft to an on-speed angle of attack of 8.1 degrees. This can most easily be seen on the HUD by keeping the velocity indicator inside the E bracket. To the left of the HUD frame are the angle of attack indexer lights. When on speed, the center donut should be lit. Use of pitch trim is very important to set on-speed AOA. Maintain on-speed angle of attack during the downwind leg. Press spacebar to continue. Once your left wingtip is 5 seconds past the stern.
Yeah, VR is in the works. I don't know about streaming in VR, but
velocity vector just below the horizon line on the HUD. This will place us in a steady rate of turn to the boat while descending. If the boat is moving with 25 to 30 knots of wind over the deck, start your turn when abeam the white of the round down on the stern of the boat. Your descent rate should be 100 to 200 feet per minute, as indicated on the HUD above the altitude box. 90 degrees through this turn, your altitude should be 500 feet. Past 90
this seems
degrees
easy.
of turn, your descent rate should increase to 500 feet per minute. Only use your instruments for the first 90 degrees of turn. Don't peak. Use
Don't
your
peek.
throttle to control your rate of turn and pitch trim to control your airspeed. Press spacebar to continue. As you roll out on the landing course line, acquire the improved Fresnel lens optical landing system, or iFlows, and match your glide slope such that the center light stays
Seems
centered
pretty
between the
straightforward.
two green lines. If the light moves above center, you are too high and need to reduce throttle. If the light is below center, you are too low and risk a ramp strike unless you increase power. You will fly to maintain on-speed AOA while keeping the ball centered. Prior to touchdown, do not flare the aircraft, but rather let it fly onto the boat at ideally 750 feet per minute, as indicated above your altitude on the HUD.
Nice, Matt.
Spacebar to continue.
I haven't messed with the World War II planes yet, but I definitely will be, I'm sure, because it looks really cool. I really want the Stuka. I would love to see a Stuka. A Stuka.
Before we give this a whirl, let's first set up the landing course line. Using what you learned in the TACAN lesson, set the TACAN to 74 X-ray and the carrier BRC of 350 degrees. This is the TACAN channel for the carrier, and it will provide us useful information to line up our downwind and final approach legs on the pattern. Set your HUD to show the radar altitude.
I might be doing something wrong here on this setting this stuff up, because it's not doing anything for me when I do this. I did land in one piece, Sweeney. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, maybe.
To give us final notice when we should be passing over the wake of the boat and in the final turn, set the radar altimeter by your right knee to 370 feet by spinning the knob counterclockwise. Finally, set your left DDI to the HUD and your right DDI to the FCS page. Press spacebar to unpause.
Left DDI to the HUD? Is that what it said? And right DDI to the FCS. Alright.
We are now flying a heading of 352 degrees and 349
Great.
knots and 1,900 feet. Fly through the gates ahead, which will place us at 800 feet and offset to the right of the boat. We don't want to directly overfly the boat, so we can first check to see if the deck is foul. Maintain an airspeed of 350 knots. Anytime you approach the carrier with the intent to land, you should do a hail R check, meaning check that the hook is down and engine anti-ice heat if required. Anti-skid switch is off. ILS is boxed on the HSI when ICLS is being used. External lights are set for daytime and rad alt set to the HUD. Cage the velocity vector on the HUD by pressing the cage uncage button on the throttle or press C. Lower the arrestor hook by clicking on the lever or pressing H. When at 1.5 miles from the bow, set the throttles to idle and follow the gates for a 180-degree turn into the downwind blade.
This is this is crazy.
Will be based on a G that is 1% of our airspeed. In this case, 3.5 G for 350 knots.
This will be interesting. The 16,000, the Thrustmaster 16,000. A little high here. This is not going to be good.
Check gear, check gear.
Try that again. I don't know about the concentration. That is a lot smaller than a runway on the land.
Once your airspeed is below 250 knots, lower your landing gear and set the flaps to full.
A little bit better. Yeah, it tells me to keep. It says keep it at idle, but idling is not does not seem to be working so well. I seem to be a little low. Little low. Seemed to be a little low. Don't forget the air brakes. The hook was, I think the hook was down. Well, I think, I think we're gonna end it there. That's 4 hours of training. I think we're gonna call it there. You guys have a great night. I will be back tomorrow streaming. I'm not sure what I'm streaming yet, but it will. Oh, what's up, Skippy? How are you, man? It's all about that AOA. Yeah, it is. Listen. I've done one successful landing on the ground, and I decided to take on a carrier just to give it a whirl. I was actually shocked that I got it that close. But welcome to the stream, Skippy. Hope everything is good with you. We will have a lot more content of this one. I am enjoying this game a lot. So if you guys hung around, you heard that wave off. He says, "Don't think we've ever played, but good day." What's going on, Skippy? Sorry, man. I just noticed you live in the old Ironclad Discord. Do I? Sorry, I missed you coming in there, Skippy. My bad. In there? Not sure. But yeah, so I'll be doing a little bit more practicing. Little low. A little low. But yeah. So you guys have a great night. I'm going to call it here. Thank you all for hanging out, stopping by. We'll be doing a lot more of this. I hope to get pseudo good at this, and that'll be you know, you'll see a lot more of this stuff. So I'm having a ball. So enjoy your night. We will see you guys. Let me go over to the in stream and pop in, make sure I'm showed up. Here I am, and then we'll hit the credits. I know we had a couple of people stop in, and I know we lost a couple people according to YouTube, but we did gain one as well. So. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it, man. Nah, you know, I'm all in. I'm all in on this game for sure. Gotta check out the different platforms and put a ball. So, guys, thank you very much. Enjoy your night, and we'll see you on the next one.